Tuesday, Lamplight City.
Boom. Oh, look at that. Oh, what the fuck, dude?
Dear God. This does not look good.
What the fuck, dude? Wow, indeed, Neptune.
Wednesday, Deathloop.
Well, if that wasn't a laser grid, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no, they're mine, so we're good. Good thing I did that. I was like, oh no.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Okay. There's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there! Some juicy burgers, let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077. Monday, Grand Theft Auto.
What the fuck was that, dude? Are you kidding me? I just stole this car. Oh, and then he's gonna pull me out of my car, dude. You have the audacity.
Tuesday, Lamplight City.
Boom. Oh, look at that. Oh, what the fuck, dude?
Dear God. This does not look good.
What the fuck, dude? Wow, indeed, Neptune.
Wednesday, Deathloop.
Well, if that wasn't a laser grid, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no, they're mine, so we're good. Good thing I did that. I was like, oh no.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Okay. There's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there! Some juicy burgers, let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077. Monday, Grand Theft Auto.
What the fuck was that, dude? Are you kidding me? I just stole this car. Oh, and then he's gonna pull me out of my car, dude. You have the audacity.
Tuesday, Lamplight City.
Boom. Oh, look at that. Oh, what the fuck, dude?
Dear God. This does not look good.
What the fuck, dude? Wow, indeed, Neptune.
Wednesday, Deathloop.
Well, if that wasn't a laser grid, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no, they're mine, so we're good. Good thing I did that. I was like, oh no.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
And you know what today is? It's Thursday. What's up, guys? Hey, Crispy. Hey, Noah. How's it going? How are you guys? And anybody else who could be lurking in the back? Hope you guys are having a good Thursday or a Friday if you're over in Australia. Hopefully the weather is nice over there this morning for you, Crispy. Guys, ready for some Phoenix Wright? I'm pretty excited for it. I love this game. always a delight to play Phoenix Wright. Am I right? Let's see. You know what? I'll wait on that. We'll just go ahead and get to it. We'll hit continue, and I think if we click into this, it's not going to immediately go in, and then I'll do the recap with not the music underneath me, I guess, because the music's going to distract me. That's what I was thinking. It's like, do I do the recap before you click in or not? That's what I was trying to think a second ago. All right, let's just go ahead and click on into it. Farewell, my turnabout. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Writing Co-Law offices. Okay, time for the recap. Looks like it's about to rain, but there's a low chance. Okay, right on. Well, the rain could be nice, huh? Cool it off a little bit. Are you disappointed that it's a low chance, or do you have stuff that you need to hang out to dry or something? All right, let's see. So, the case that we are on, let's start from the top. So, Phoenix and Maya and Pearly all got invited to an awards ceremony with Will Powers, who was formerly the Steel Samurai, a action hero on TV for kids. And the award ceremony was for action hero, kids action hero actors. And it was for their characters, I think, because I think the character won. So during that ceremony, we learned about two predominant child entertainment actors. And that was the Nickel Samurai, which is kind of a follow-up from the Steel Samurai. And then there was the Jam Ninja, and they are both rivals. But out of the two, only one could win the Grand Prix, whatever the hell that means in this context, and that was the Nickel Samurai. He won over the Jam Ninja. So those characters are played by people, and those people have feelings. And so there is a rivalry between the actors who play those two characters. They're both very popular characters, and so they have a bit of a rivalry, I suppose. At least it's thrown about that they do. Anyway, so at the ceremony, after the big award ceremony, there's supposed to be this press event where one of the characters, and in character, the Nickel Samurai, is supposed to come out in front of everybody and say a confession of something. All we know is that he's supposed to confess something as the Nickel Samurai. So, as we're trying to wait for that, because we get a ticket to that from Will Powers, because he's a badass, we're waiting for it, and it turns out that no one's showing up, and so we end up kind of wandering about. I think we weren't supposed to, but we did. And as we're wandering about, Maya gets approached by this butler dude, and he's like, hey, you got a phone call, Maya? And so Maya's like, okay, I'm going to take this phone call. See you in a bit, Phoenix, and Pearly and stuff. And so then we continue on, and we're looking in at, it's the hotel that we're at, right? It's the Gatewater, actually, but it's right across the street from Wright & Co. offices, to be honest. So we're going around the hotel room areas and the hallways, and specifically the hallway that has the Jam Ninja and the Nickel Samurai's rooms. And it turns out that something has happened, and to fast forward a little bit, someone's been murdered. Specifically, it was the Jam Ninja's been murdered. And the evidence seems to be overwhelmingly proving that it was the Nickel Samurai, right? So what's kind of interesting about that is because you think with the award ceremony, because the Nickel Samurai won, why would he kill the Jam Ninja? But it's Phoenix, right? So it's obviously complicated. So I'll try to fast forward a little bit more. So Maya, when she went to go get her phone call, it turns out she was kidnapped by this guy named D-Killer. So D-Killer ends up getting a radio to Phoenix in order to communicate with him. So he's like, hey, I got Maya. You need to get a not guilty verdict in one day for the Nickel Samurai guy, or I'm going to kill her, I guess. You know what I mean? His name's D-Killer, bro. So we're all freaking out about that as Phoenix, right? So we go and we try to look at the crime scene. We meet a bunch of people. One person that we meet again, which was kind of fun, was Miss Oldbag, Wendy Oldbag. She's still working in the entertainment industry, I guess. I don't know what she's doing there though, because she's dressed as like a spaceman and she has a little toy ray gun. But you know what? We'll just breeze past her. She's there. Then there's Adrian Andrews, which is the yeah, there you go, Noah. She is the manager for the Nickel Samurai. And she's a very calm and collected woman. She has this little card, which is kind of interesting. And then we learn about Juan Karita, which is the victim, who was the jamming ninja. We learn about him, and then we find out about let's see, I'm trying to remember the Nickel Samurai. He's on guard something. Matt on guard, I think, is the Nickel Samurai's name. And so we met all these people. Matt on guard is the one that's our client. And what else do we try to... Is that it? We met those people. And oh no, and then a lot of heart. I knew there was one other character in there. And we also, a lot of heart returned. Okay, so during our investigation, we talked to Lotta. She ended up losing her camera, and she's like trying to write some sort of tabloid article, right, about some of these people that are involved in the case. And specifically what she's trying to write about is there's some sort of rumor about Adrian Andrews and how she has a relationship with Juan Karita. So it's what that means is sort of like the Nickel Samurai's manager is like sleeping with the jamming ninja actor, which is interesting because they're rivals or whatever, you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, we got to get the story on that. So she's there to try to take a photo and all that. She gets a photo of something, but she takes a photo of, yeah, someone coming out of the room. Okay, let me just fast forward here. So we end up going to court with that evidence, with the photo evidence and a few things from the room. And what happens in court is the big thing was that we had Adrian Andrews come up, right? Because we are trying to make sure that it's not our client that's guilty, which is Matt on guard. So we end up thinking, okay, it's Adrian Andrews, because we found out Adrian Andrews tried to commit suicide, and the reason why she tried to commit suicide is because this other lady who was her mentor, who was the manager for the Jamma Ninja, committed suicide. And because Juan Karita, or the Jamma Ninja guy, saw her body first, it's believed that he hid her suicide note. So that's like our motive and everything. So we think Adrian Andrews did this. She killed him. And we end up proving all this crazy stuff, which is pretty cool. And it turns out she was involved in setting up the crime scene, but she didn't actually murder him. So what actually happened, we're just fast forwarding here, she came into the room and she found the dead body, and she's like, holy crap. Well, this isn't good, because me and Juan had this thing where he was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and confess to something. She actually didn't know what it was. And so that no longer is a thing that can happen, but she still wants to get back at Matt somehow, I guess. So she decides to rush back to the Matt's room, which is right across the way, grab the steak knife or whatever that he was using to eat his steak, and then run back into Juan's room and then stab Juan's dead body, like very carefully so she doesn't get her fingerprints on it, into Juan's body, so that she was leaving evidence because it had Matt's fingerprints all over it. Then, in order to get out of the room, because she saw that there were people in the hallway earlier, like mainly a lot of Hart and I think Old Bag, were in the hallway, so she had to disguise herself. So she knew that what was in the guitar case was a costume for the Nickel Samurai, because that's how Juan was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and go do that conference and confess something that we don't know what it was to everybody. So she ends up using that because she's the one that put it in there for him, because she was in cahoots with him. And so she used that to try to dress up as Matt on guard to, like, I guess, further incriminate him, but really it was just to get out of there and not be seen. But it just also worked to also further incriminate him, because when they saw a picture of him coming out of the Nickel Samurai coming out of the victim's room, they thought, oh, that's definitely Matt. But it turned out Matt's not that short, so that's how he proved it. But I think that's really all we learned. So we basically ended our whole trial there, because like multiple times the judge was like, I'm gonna give my verdict, and we were like, no, because Maya will not, like, she's gonna die if we even like have to delay it another day, because he wasn't even giving a verdict. He was like, okay, we gotta wait until tomorrow so we can get this person or whatever. And we were like, no, we gotta keep going right now. But anyway, so the trial ended, and we still didn't get a verdict or anything of not guilty. So basically our agreement with the killer is we failed. It's like, I think it might be the next day, or it's right after. It's maybe the same day. I don't remember what day it was, but it's March 22nd now. But anyways, yeah, we didn't get our verdict on that day. So now that's where we're kind of ours is cliffhanger. But last we saw of Maya, to catch up on that really quick, is it was like locked in this like wine cellar looking thing. We got to see through her eyes a little bit, but she ended up finding this card on the floor that is the exact same card that Adrian Andrews keeps flipping in her fingers or whatever. And after the trial, I believe Edgeworth and Phoenix were talking more to Adrian about it, and she said that she found it at the crime scene after she found Juan's body. and that's where she got it, and when she had forgotten where she had gotten it before. But yeah, so yeah, Mai had found that card, and I think she had like successfully unlocked a door, like where she was being held. But like, as far as we know, she's still like held captive by that guy, because I think we heard her on the radio again. So I don't really know what's up with Maya, but hopefully we'll find out soon. But wow, that felt really long-winded, but it's a very long and intricate like case. But there you go. I felt like at the beginning I was like, man, I'm taking too long. Let's speed up, man. It's a fun story, but I don't need to go through the whole thing. Rain in the morning or middle of the day is bad when the temperature is set to be high. The humidity will knock me out, and I have to clean today. Oh, gotcha. So you don't want rain then, right? That's what you're saying? Right on. Okay, sorry if that bored anybody to death going through all that, but it's nice to have it straight before we get into it, you know what I mean? Okay, so without further ado, let me take a drink of water and we'll get into it. Thanks, Noah. I appreciate you, dude. I hope it was coherent, you know, that if someone had never seen any of the past parts, they could still watch from here and know what's going on. You know? I think I covered everything. All right, here we go. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Why? No, look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't, because Mr. On Guard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have the time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, you guys! Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Nope. Didn't have my voice ready, dude. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. So, if you remember all that off the top of your head, Dom, I'm impressed. Thank you, Crispy. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess I attribute it to my love for story. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. Oh, yeah, because he got fired, right? But we're kind of busy right now. The future. So, what are you going to do from now on? What? So what are you going to do from now on? Why trip me up so bad? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Can I call him Dick, or will I get modded? It looks like you got it. I'm sure that's fine and dandy. Yeah, it seems to be alright. I didn't see you get modded, so it looks like you're good. Looks like someone's already said that before. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Sanders' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. On-Guard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. And that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. I feel like he's the kind of guy to trash your place and not do what you ask. Don't touch that. Why? Break saying yeah, Gumshoe definitely seems like that kind of guy for sure. But he's just such a lovable guy at the same time, though. I love him. He's one of my favorite characters.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Francesca von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the... Wait. Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edward said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. It should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you're actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went to let her whip you up a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
Now, I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh, yeah. The Hottie Clinic. Oh, not the Hottie Clinic. You're gonna have that weird, creepy dude again. I was like, yeah, let's go let her whip us. What the hell, Burley? That means that name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. I feel like he's... Oh, no, you already read that one. Oh, yeah. Then you put the email. Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Nothing to examine, nothing to present him. Yeah, we're just on the move. Let's go to the Hottie Clinic. Let's go talk to little Hottie McWhippy Pants. March 22nd, Hottie Clinic reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place.
Yes? Are you here to visit a patient?
Hi. Wait a second. You're...
Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh.
Why are you still here?
Yes. What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie.
No, it was... Oh, I thought that was going to be a nurse. It was Edgeworth. That's funny. I gave Edgeworth a girl's voice. Edgeworth.
Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes. What is it?
Oh, hey, Papa. What's up? How's it going? Oh, yeah. And then Crispy said, oh, hey, Papa. That's funny. Director Francesca. How is Francesca von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, it went well.
You have my gratitude. Looks like Ezra doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret-like, she would scream really loud. Yes.
I see.
Oh, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Ma!
There she is. She's okay. I'm grilling dinner, making some brats. Oh, nice, dude. Sounds great. Brats sound sewer good. Is that what you're saying? It's supposed to be like super good right now. That does sound good, man. Go back to your room.
You're so mean. So mean, my frisky Friska. Oh! Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes.
What are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Ah, I knew I should have come here.
I'm trying to be nice to her. She's making fun of us. Super, I can't type today. That's alright. I thought you were just using some Gen Z slang or something. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know.
Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one was to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. Interested, my man. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made.
I think I know what deal he's referring to.
He's, for a little bit of flashback, he's referring to the fact that, well, I think this is what he's talking about. When we were trying to cross-examine Adrian Andrews, Adrian didn't want to testify about certain things because she didn't want to possibly incriminate herself. And so we really struggled to get her to tell us certain details, and we had to like find her and put her in like a little trap or whatever. And that's why I think Edgeworth was pushed to the point where he had to say like, I don't give a shit if you kill yourself. I'm just here to get my verdict or whatever, you know, which was pretty harsh. Already dressed with a shoulder injury. I know that's how tough she is, Crispy. She's a hard woman. Gen Z slang. Yeah, there you go. You darn kids. Kids say the darnest things, huh, Papa? The deal. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you are not guilty verdict with, in order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma. Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself.
Warning.
Oh, hey! Dan's raiding in. The party of 11. That's a big old raid, buddy. What's up, everybody? Welcome on in.
Welcome, Raiders.
How's everybody doing? How is the stream, Dan? I think this is Dan's first just chatting stream, so I hope it went well, dude. Hell yeah. Thanks for bringing everybody over. If anybody would like a recap of the story, by the way, I'm happy to do so. You can use the recap command to let me know if you want. But how is everybody? Oh, thanks for that shout out, Noah. There you go. We love Dan over here. Dan is the man. Check him out. Hell yeah. Gotta love that. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good one. Hope you guys are ready for some Phoenix Wright. There he is. There he is. What's up, Dan? How's it going, dude? Good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you over here in a while. How's it going? Are you taking over the title of Mr. Twitch from Papa? Are you guys fighting for the title? I think I see something about you guys having a really close follower count there now. Closing that gap, buddy. Hey, Dark Human Rising, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for coming on in. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, no one knows what I'm talking about. You see? Papa, old news, mate. Oh, okay. Oh, that's funny. Hey, there's Chloe. What's up, Chloe? How's it going? Hope you guys ready for some Phoenix, right? Hope you guys enjoy. Those of you who haven't seen my Phoenix Wright streams before, I hope you enjoy my my cosplay. There you go, Papa. What's up, my man? Oh, looks like I need to slide that down a little bit now. And see you later. Oh yeah, I need to make it longer too for that one. My bad. You don't get the full effect. Oh, there, great look. Thank you very much. Pretty good, but ready to chill. All right, well, this is the chill zone for sure. I'm sure Dane's got you all pumped up, got the blood flowing. I know how he is. He's real excitable. He's the waffle copter, as me and Aaron call him now, as well. But now we're just going to chill with some Phoenix Wright. I mean, it's probably going to get pretty intense today to a certain degree. I mean, if you're into sort of like anime, investigation, whodunit, lawyer stuff, then definitely is going to get probably pretty pumped. But I'm sure Daniel's energy is probably much higher. How you doing? I'm doing well. Always doing fabulous when we're playing some Phoenix Wright. This is like one of probably my very favorite game I've ever streamed. I just love this game. It's so much fun to share it with you guys, you know? All right, you guys ready to go ahead and continue? Dude, I'm shattered, mate. No energy left. Oh, no. How's the new job, Dan? I think I heard. Am I mistaken? I think you got a new job, right? Oh, there's Dan with a new emote. Hell yeah, my man. Yeah, I feel like I haven't got to talk to you about it much. If you want to tell us anything about it, I'd be interested to know. But I understand you just got done with your stream, so if you need to just chill out, I get that, dude.
And another one.
Ah, Crispy's lighting this place on fire, it looks like. It says, Domm, are you excited for Pokemon Arceus? Am I saying that right? I never remember how to say that word. Arceus? I don't know. Arceus? I'm not sure if the C is an S sound or a C sound or what. But I am excited for it. Back to your question. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for it. I do want to pick it up. I would like to possibly stream it. I don't know. Streaming Pokemon games is weird for me because I just feel like I play Pokemon games in a more casual way. And I don't like, stick my nose right to the grindstone like I use with my normal stream games, I feel like, So I might just end up playing it in my free time. It might just become my free time game. But I'm definitely pumped for it. I think it'll be cool. Arceus. Okay. I always said Arceus. Is that how it's pronounced? I don't know that I've actually heard someone say it before. I guess I need to watch more gaming news instead of reading it, perhaps. I could be wrong. Okay. So, it's up for grabs. Might need the flames for Francesca. Oh, dude, we always need the flames to handle Francesca. And we need a little Helmo up in here for a sec. Come on, Helmo. We'll summon the Helmo. Right. He's like nearly covering Francesca. She can barely see over it. That's right. Whip that, girl. All right, let's go for it. Where were we at? Francesca, just to get a brief recap, Francesca she's the prosecutor and we're the defense attorney. She took a bullet to the shoulder yesterday, so she wasn't a prosecutor. It was Edgeworth instead. He stepped in for her. And now we came here to visit her because we felt bad for her, even though she has a whip and she whips us all the time and she's a bitch. And it turns out she didn't even want to go to the hospital. Edgeworth had to force her and stuff. And I think we're talking to her, about the deal that she made with the one of the what are they called? Witnesses that we cross-examined on the previous part of the trial. All right, here we go. Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person. That's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are over. So if you'll excuse me.
What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth.
Now we get to talk to Edgy Boy. Call her Franny. Oh, Franny. I like that. I think it'd be good. If I remember that, I'll try to call her that. Today's trial. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? Well, that was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Nah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. All right, he's a tough guy, man. He knew what he had to do. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Oh, look at that. Look at those eyes. Witness, that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that.
An assassin?
Picture card was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Miss Andrews is carrying it. Picture card added to the court record. So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the De Keller name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. That shell reminds me of the Slowbro and Slowking Pokemon shell. Oh yeah, I can see that. And for some reason it looks to me like something similar to something you'd see on like one of those Naruto symbols. I mean, it's maybe a little more complex than those symbols usually are, but for some reason it gives me like Naruto vibes in some ways.
Why would he do something like that?
It's like from the Shell Village. The village by the sea. The village trapped in sea breeze. I don't know. I can't remember how they named the villages. We think it is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? Duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between the clients and himself above all else. It seems that this one is honorable. Oh wait. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience.
I guess not even honorable assassins can exist.
So, you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree?
Shelly the Killer. Huh.
So that's why he wants us to get a not guilty verdict, is because he has like a conscience, I guess? So maybe he killed Juan for justice, but he doesn't want On Guard to take the fall. And he knew that was a possibility somehow. I guess? Maybe? The plot thickens. My situation. I noticed something at the trial today. You're behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter?
I guess I should just tell him.
Maya! She's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Karita was killed by Shelly to kill her. And the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Our own client. Or your own client. Please, stop! I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it? What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted by police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Letter of introduction received from Edgeworth allows bearer to freely investigate the crime scene. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin?
No way!
I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock.
Yeah, I guess not.
Maya. Please. All I ask is you make it home, safe and sound. Oh, this is Maya, huh? We don't know where she is, or when she is.
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with the card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to take a look around. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. What's this? It feels like there's a lot of glass bottles here.
Oh, the lights must be off, huh?
And these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. There's all sorts of things piled up here. But it's too dark to see.
Can we go through then? Through the door. Move. We still don't know where we are. Or when.
What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Correct. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue.
Yeah, Celeste is the name of the woman, the first woman who actually killed herself. Well, I shouldn't say the first woman, because I guess I don't know what that's in relation to. But she's the former manager of the victim, whose name is Celeste, and she's the one who committed suicide, and her suicide note was lost, possibly because Juan hid it. And Adrian was very close to Celeste, so Celeste was like her mentor.
That's weird. What's a figurine doing on the sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. It's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the nickel samurai on TV like this. Or on a TV like this. Nah, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered.
No, Maya, you would.
Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there.
Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will.
Ah!
It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you.
He is?
For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you.
Ways? You mean?
Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct?
Dead?
I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin.
No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin?
People are not always people are not always who they appear to be.
Nick!
Oh no! It's always a cliffhanger with Maya. I'm glad that we got to see what's going on with her again. Hottie Clinic reception.
Mr. Nick?
Oh, yes, Pearls?
Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation.
Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know.
I guess for now, I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time.
All right, let's get going, too.
Okay.
Well, Maya's dead, rip. No! Maya can't die. Can't let that happen. This patient is undergoing rehabilitation.
Wasn't that patient standing in the same spot the last time you came to visit? Doesn't look like they've moved any closer to the reception desk, Is this clinic really doing anything? Is that patient really getting better?
Hey, don't just cut into my monologue like that. I'm explaining things here.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Most sorry. Yes.
This must be the waiting area. It's got the feeling of one, and there are sofas lined up. But I don't see all that many patients.
Yes, well, visiting hours are over. That's why. It's time for Nighty Consultations. Consultations. It's time for nightly consultations to begin. Mine, that is.
Is there anyone keeping an eye on this guy?
It's a freaking creepo, dude. Oh, no clues here. This is the clinic's reception desk, but it doesn't look like there's anyone at the counter. On the wall is the month's word of the wise. Put your best foot forward. Putting this up at a general clinic like this isn't really, doesn't really mean much, does it? God, that's really threw me for some reason. All right, here we go. On the move. Anything to say to him? Nope. See you later, detective. We need to go talk to Matt again. That's what we wanted to do, is hear his story one more time, bruh. Dude. No, I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over today.
Aw.
I have too many questions I need to ask.
I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? No, yeah. There's a message here for you.
A message?
It's from Matt on guard. Here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you.
Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden?
Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
Oh, he's a local.
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. So now we're gonna get into Matt's house. Is that gonna give us a clue, you think? I mean, it's not like the game's doing that on accident.
A client's request is a request. Yes, I should go check up on his cat.
All I can do is go to criminal affairs, though? I guess I gotta go to right go. Move to... Oh, I can't go check up on his cat? I guess from the hotel lobby? Is that where we start? March 22nd, Gaywater Hotel, hotel lobby.
All right now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass!
Ah! Miss Oldbag! Nope, and now I gotta switch my voice to muffle real quick.
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gas, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gun from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But something much more valuable I wanted Edgy Pooh's heart. It's all your fault. You've awakened the old beast inside. Ah!
Ah, Miss Oldbag.
Keep your hands off me! This helmet is airtight. No air gets in, no air gets out.
Sounds really dangerous. Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to deceive me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this.
I'm all out of high-pitched voice cards. Oh no, Crispy! If you want, I don't know if you know about this, Crispy, but you can break down cards that you don't want if you have other cards, and then you can get resources for them, and then you can use those resources to like craft any card that you want. So if you wanted to, you could probably get one that way if you like. Or you can use your free stream loots pack and hope that you get one. Everybody gets one of those every stream. Night of the Murder. Oh yeah, we have a, for anybody who doesn't know about this, we have an emote that is this character doing this right here. It's Domm Die Pu with a capital P, and you should get Old Bag being Old Bag.
Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien.
Oh, cool. Didn't know that about the crafting cards. Yeah, cool. Awesome. I'm glad I said something then. Today's trial. Is she gonna say the same thing? Yeah. She gonna say anything different with this one? No. So we have to do something about her. Do I have something I can present her?
You think showing her that note would do anything? I feel like it wouldn't, but let's just do it because it's the only new thing I have. Let's see what she says to that. No, yeah, she's not gonna answer me. Nice! Over here, I gotta be muffled, my bad. She's saying
A
something.
little bit different. I see that look in your eyes. You stop thinking I'm an alien from outer space, isn't it?
Can we move? Oh, living room. Okay, we can finally go to Matt's place then. It's weird how it doesn't show me that I can go places sometimes. I feel like I should be able to, but it just doesn't show me. It's weird. March 22nd, On Guard Mansion. Living room. It's a mansion, dude. Holy shit.
Sure is dark.
I'll go turn on a light.
Whoa. Wow. So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo!
Kitty! Look at that little kitty cat. Hey, motorcycle ride, dude? Isn't that crazy? What the hell? It's just an ornament, bruh. I just like to hang it up there because it looks cool, man. Alright? Just don't question me, bro. So I guess this is Shoo.
Aw, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Tee-hee.
A cat seems to like pearls.
Pardon me? Oh, is this? Oh, look. Whoa. Whoa. Look who it is. That means that Maya's here. Oh, look at that door in the back right. How it's got that little doggy door. Or not doggy door, I guess it's probably cat door because Shoo, right? But isn't that crazy? Oh, nice. You use the Omega for the cat. Meow, 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 meow. Nice. This is crazy, though.
Huh?
May I help you with something, mister?
Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer.
The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright.
Yes.
Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you, wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe.
Nice to meet you. And then the cat. Meow. That's a very cute cat you got there.
It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo.
What's weird is that, okay, why would he tell us to go feed a cat when he has a butler here? You know, why would he even send us here? Isn't that weird? And anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat.
Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore.
Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence?
Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year.
And anything else?
No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs.
You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler.
I can see that. Not on guard. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right?
Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder.
And anything else?
No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
How typically butler-like, as it were.
Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now.
No, we should probably get going ourselves.
Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law.
But there is also a lot to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all.
Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Meow.
giant bicycle is flying through the air?
That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal, and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ah, what is with me and feeling inferior today?
Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here.
That's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
She read my mind. Get out of my head, Pearls! You know I want to look at that door, but we're going to do it last.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid.
There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls.
Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shu?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it.
No, Phoenix, you need to enter the door. Wish I could tell him to do so. Guess we're out of here. I think the big deal was so that we met that guy. See what we got here, because the old bag's still being a bitch. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass the victims' list around. You've got to be kidding. There are over 100 people on here.
Mr. Nick? Is Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Don't know what we would be examining here, but we'll look around. Why not?
Oh, it's kind of cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name?
That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's the precinct's mascot, you know.
Oh, wow.
I'll get him a signed mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do.
I hope you succeed in your mission, sir.
This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Prosecutor Von Karma was shot in front of the courthouse? Who did it? Who shot her?
I have a sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job.
Poor Gumshoe got fired, though. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, there's a lot tighter than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would have to be because I feel like I would like to help this company grow. He must be doing image training for corporate interviews. Looks like that's all we got here. Nothing. Just a whole lot of nothing. what can we do about Old Bag? Go back to right and cool offices. Let's talk to... Nothing I can present him about Old Bag or anything? Let's present him the card and see what he says about this card. Oh yeah, do you know about this card? Card? Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those, cooked snail things. What are they called again? Escargot or something like that?
Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right?
As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue.
Shell or a conch? Wasn't a conch a type of shell? I think shell is like the family and conch is like a type of shell, right? Let's see. Letter of introduction? You got me there, buddy? Oh, maybe that's what I needed to show. You think she's just waiting for a letter? Wait, why would she need that, though? She's not with the police, but maybe Old Bag would respect the letter of introduction. I didn't even think about that. Could you please take a look at this? I can't think of anything to say about this, pal. Yeah, I didn't think you would. Alright, let's go try presenting that to Old Bag. Maybe that's all I had to do. Can't believe I didn't think about that earlier. Present. Letter of introduction.
Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth.
Miss Old Bag? If you would look at... What? Oh, she's muffled, my bad.
What? You mean you want me to look at this worthless piece of...
Edgy poo.
Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Ugh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly?
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand?
Letter of introduction given to Miss Old Bag.
I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
So we got rid of her.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's going to come out of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow.
Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow.
So anyways, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
And then she comes back up. Nah, what? What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there. Just one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Ovak.
Sir, yes, sir. March 22nd, Gaywater Hotel, Viola Hall. Looks like we're the only ones here. All this food's still sitting out?
And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is securing or scouring the clues about the killer.
Scouring. We examine the food? Like, is this the same food from the other night?
I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again.
Yeah, me too.
Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does,
It makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot.
Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast?
Okay, let's work really hard then.
Aw, how cute. Think windy old bag is meant to sound like windy old bag? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know if I've actually thought about that before, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right. She's a windy old bag because she goes on those rants and stuff, for sure. That's funny. This sure is some luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy, with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable.
Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year?
Oh, no, that's something we already read. Something here, though. They haven't cleaned up all the food yet. And there's a sad feeling of hanging in the air now that the party is over.
That is such a beautiful sight.
The chandelier?
Yes, but I can't believe it. I can't believe that such a terrible murder happened under such beautiful lights. It's shocking.
There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only it had all gone together. And then he would have kidnapped all of us. Could he do that? Think Phoenix would let him do that? Thinks Phoenix knows some karate or something?
Hey, city boy.
Lotta, you're still here.
You reckon course? An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Correct given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out of the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already?
The Phoenix Fist. Yeah, that's funny. What did he said something about that when he said when he charged that door down at the shrine or whatever at the Fey Manor? There's something he said that the burning phoenix or something. He said I guess that doors or the hinges couldn't handle the burning phoenix or something. I can't remember what he called it, but he had some name for his move. That's pretty funny.
Ah, my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with the red-coated prosecutor, anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're the red coat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get back my camera.
You want me to do that? You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for me about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work? I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info, got it?
Lotta, you were loitering in the hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but...
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? I followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop within a few of them, too.
Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either.
I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night.
So about the note that was inside your camera case.
Oh, that ditty I wrote?
Yeah. Can I believe what you've written?
You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager lady into Karita?
Yeah.
Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that.
What?
Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know?
Writing whatever came to mind.
Whatever came to mind.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. You mean bullshit? Hey, what's with ya? Why you staring at me like my grandpa used to?
Disappointed?
Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I'll see you then.
And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay?
Okay.
Don't be picky about your food now.
Okay.
And make sure you do all your homework, you hear?
Okay.
And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it to me. Would you please just leave already?
That's funny. I go pearls with 17.
Okay.
Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see. Record companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think. You gonna say anything new, Phoenix? To Mr. On Guard from the Global Studios staff. Now, it'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. Something like, to Mr. Wright from all your grateful clients. So it's interesting. It's like these. Or wait, I'm so confused. Is this Juan's room? So wait. Okay, I'm seeing a connection here. So the bears thing, because there was that bear that was at where Maya was, and now there's these bears here. You think there's a connection? You think that's a meaningful connection? You know? Because there's these bears here, and in Juan's room, I believe, which I thought was this room. Can we go in there again? Yeah, Karita's hotel room. Look, it's full of bears. And then you have bears out here. But it looks like these bears are for Matt. I can understand flowers in front of the dressing rooms. But what are stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, can't be. It doesn't say exactly who the bear is for, but it's sitting in front of Matt's door. I'm confused by that. The bear imagery seems wishy-washy in a way. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Karita's room. Oh, so that is Juan's room, but then why did he say that the flowers were for Matt earlier? Okay, so I'm just getting confused. Okay, no, but the only bear that's on Matt, that's on maybe on Guard's side then, is the one that Maya saw. If Maya is indeed at Matt's house, which it seems that way because the butler is the killer guy, right? I'm trying to keep it straight.
I wonder what exactly happened in the room behind this door. Even now, no one really has any idea.
So that's interesting. So the Jammin' Ninja gets more flowers than the Nickel Samurai, and the Nickel Samurai is more famous than the Jammin' Ninja. That's kind of interesting. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt on Guard's room.
The old lady told us about this, didn't she? That we can't go in this room tonight?
What if an investigation briefing is going on right now inside? That Detective Gumshoe.
Does that mean I need to bring Detective Gumshoe with me? Well, he's not a detective anymore, so he can't do anything, right? Right? Right with a W? March 22nd, Gaywater Hotel, Karita's hotel room. AKA the crime scene.
Mr. Nick!
What is this, that otherworldly ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts! Wah!
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Oh, is that seriously old bag?
Excuse me? What are you calling a demon brat?
Ah! Zoinks! It's the alien!
Who are you?
Who are you calling an alien?
She has to be the goofiest old lady. No, it's just you, Miss Old Bag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with the imbecile look on her face.
With an imbecile look on her face? Okay, got it.
Now, hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make sure to sound better than that.
Oh, alright.
Now I've seen everything.
But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Karita.
He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book.
But I heard that he was lagging behind the polls against Mr. On Guard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, that mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
What is it, Pearls?
The presents. They're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing there that isn't a bear.
All of Mr. Karita's presents from his fans seem to be bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. Down by a river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub. You too.
Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub.
What a load of crock!
So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears. I'm Uncle Bear. I say it's barely 8 o'clock. It's barely 8 o'clock. Well, what in the infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony.
Bears beat Battlestar Galactica.
The transceiver!
Hello? Hello?
This is not a phone.
Maya! How is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you?
It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my presence did no good.
No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please.
I suppose if I must. I need that equivalent more than anything else, after all.
Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right.
All right. Then a little.
What is with this static all of a sudden?
Hello? Hello?
It seems his bad. Connect.
Damn it! Did the transceiver just suddenly break?
Solid.
Shit, I didn't see what it said. I was trying to switch my voice.
What happened?
I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static.
No, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better.
An electronics expert. Huh, do we know an electronics expert? I don't think we do. A bear is the true killer. You gonna change your murder guess, Crispy, to a bear? Have you guessed yet, Crispy? Who did you guess? Oh, is that feedback from the receiver being too close? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? I don't know. Do they get that way when they're too close? I always feel like it's always only when they're too far away, but maybe I don't know enough about them. Maybe it depends on the band. Let's see. Nothing to present her. I don't think we need anything from old Wendy. Should I go show the thing to Gumshoe or something? You think Gumshoe would be able to fix it? You handyman? Oh, we got something here.
Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner.
That's nice. Thanks.
A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is.
I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat.
Oops. Look like you don't have a can opener, pal.
You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up.
No, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful.
I assume they work like a microphone being in front of a speaker. I have no clue how transceivers... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, what's weird about this one is like they don't say over, so it's like if I were Phoenix, I'd be afraid to say anything because you might like start talking when he's going or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think you have to put them really close together when you do that to do what you're talking about. I don't know that would happen just because he's like in another room, but I don't know. I'm not like an expert either.
Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead.
Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try to ask him about.
The transceiver? Oh. Where's my cursor at? There it is. I got lost there.
The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing?
Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh?
Maybe it fixed itself?
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference? Huh. I wonder if he's onto something there. Oh man, Gumshoe, you might have some tricks up your sleeve, my man. All right, going into standing mode real quick. There we go. We'll do a little stretch. Woo! That feels good. All right, let's do it. Hey, shout out to everybody who's hung around and everything. I appreciate you guys hanging around. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. I know I am. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer?
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
He seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this.
So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there sending out a very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something. Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Karita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct to get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Ah, wait, Gumshoe! Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
We should get going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go. Always enjoy your streams. Aw, thank you, dude. You're such a sweetie pie, Noah. I swear. Let's see. Let's get moving. Guess we're going straight to the hotel lobby. Take it to your room, man. Let's see. Sweep some bugs. Gotta go to the hall. Then we go to the hallway. And then we go to Karita's room. Here we go. And then is Gumshoe gonna be here already? Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have that, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper?
It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all the way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right. Now, first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look around anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal?
I think that pile of bears is pretty suspicious. It's gotta be one of these bears, right?
All right, I'm going to stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find a bug. Got it, pal?
Look at our new little icon. Isn't that fun?
There doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves here, Nick. Keep a careful eye out on the bug sweeper and let's try again.
This sweeper isn't exactly the best. We'll make do with what we have, right?
Okay, so the yellow. Oh, there we go. Now, so this is. That's when you find something. Lamp. Check. Listening device. Nope.
There's a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah.
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah. I'll be more conscious from now on. Sorry. Saying the same thing. How about this phone right here? That's a listening device. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take a receiver apart first before we go ahead, before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty.
Now I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe.
So, is there a listening device in there?
No,
And really, I thought it had to be the phone, too.
it's too obvious.
Ah, what a lovely bear.
Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? It's a real robot?
Yeah, it's a real one.
Mr. Nick,
Yes?
how many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, How adorable. The juice? Is the juice? There's like a cell phone there. That's what we're starting to pick up on. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here.
A cell phone?
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying at Korean Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one.
I think we're gonna get signals from something that's unlikely, right? Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner.
Ah, yuck! This air filter is covered in dust and dirt.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it.
I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal.
What?
Oh, nothing. The glass of juice. I think I looked at the glass of juice earlier. We'll check it again, though. Yeah, it's got nothing. Nor does the bottle of juice. Nor the cup. Nor that. I'm sure the radio's gonna trigger it. Let's see the TV next. I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places.
Looks like the TV was left on, and it's now showing an old samurai movie.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies as well as domestic ones. The tomato juice is bugged?
You know, every time I watch one of those old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dream.
Wait, why would you destroy your dream? What's that all about? I didn't get that. Weird.
The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick?
Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Like, I don't know. Shut up, kid. Shut up, stupid kid. It's gotta be one of these bears. So we'll do the obvious stuff, like a fridge.
This is a refrigerator, right?
I really don't think the listening device is something like this.
Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right?
Yeah, sure.
What does that have to do with listening devices?
Coffee maker?
What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. That'd be awesome. I'd want one of those. I want some orange juice. That is super meta.
Oh, the water in this hot water pot runs out. I'll go get water for it.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
I bet she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device.
She's just like, oh, a chore needs done. I'll do it. Because she's freaking adorable, dude. Maybe it was the clock bear? No, I thought that would have given off a signal because it's a clock. Okay, we'll go ahead and get the laptop. That's an obvious one. There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh?
What's a notebook computer?
Do you know what a notebook is?
Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on. So?
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Nick, what's a laptop?
Yeah, you should have known not to use that word to describe it. It's the TV remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening devices in here.
So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap!
Hey!
But if I could, the people I would give the old mute button to.
Well, I don't think it's going to work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay. What's this?
It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. I mean, the gizmo is a listening device in a way, right? Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately.
Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick?
That's what it seems like.
But I want to grow bigger and bigger.
Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat too.
Pushing an agenda, are we? That's kind of funny. Phoenix is not a vegetarian. And here we have a dryer. Nothing unusual here, I think.
A dryer? Oh! If you use it next to the TV, it'll make the screen look all weird, right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right?
Hey, good memory, Pearls.
I will never forget it for the rest of my life.
She's so freaking adorable, dude.
Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here.
Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. And someone who was making bread in here? What?
Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, got to keep the trail of the crime scene warm.
I think that keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical.
I agree with Phoenix on the meat. There you go, Crispy. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock.
What's wrong? Why do you look troubled?
I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago.
Oh.
Well, anyway, It looks like the listening device isn't in here. I wonder if he was talking about the first case, because I want to say we got to the office late that day because our alarm clock didn't go off or something like that. I wonder if that's what it was reminding Phoenix of. It's gotta be one of these bears or something, right? I think it's gotta be a bear. What if it's that big bear in the back? Bear in the big blue house. Oh, look at that. That's weird. I wonder why this bear's eyeball, or maybe even his ear. No, it's definitely his eyeball. He's giving that off.
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet. But this bear's eyes.
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's take this big fella's eye out and see what we've got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act.
Oof. Rip.
No!
Just friggin' horrifying. This little girl. Poor little Burley. She's just so innocent. That's...
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer.
What a mitter?
A transmitter, pal.
Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff?
So this tiny thing is a camera?
Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems.
So it's a video camera.
It runs on a battery which comes with it in the set.
But there's no videotape in this camera.
This is the only camera part here, pal. Or this is only the camera part here, pal. My bad, I read that wrong. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder.
So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know you're right!
Spy camera, set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour, was running at the time of murder. Spy camera added to the court record. Interesting. So, what is a transmitter?
It's a device that sends the footage to the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal.
It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing.
Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it to record for a certain time?
Yup, let's see. Looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour.
8 p.m.?
That was the time the award ceremony ended.
There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape.
What?
And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
Oh, that could be our ticket to finding the murder. Thing is, it can't be that easy, right? I mean, it can't be. We're not gonna have a videotape of it. I feel like we gotta like figure it out through the evidence. That's always how it works.
So there was a camera in that bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present.
And I'm sure it wasn't here on the night of the murder, pal. Or I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind.
But who gave Mr. Karita this present?
I, don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we could find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out?
stuffed bear. The spy camera was set in its right eye, found in the victim's room. Added to the court record. I got it. What? Hey, pal. Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around the electronics shops and see if it can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. I mean, wouldn't he, like, know that we were looking for that we were going to find it? Because it was set to record every night at 8 p.m. and we found it in that hour, right? That we were looking for that hour. So he should then get a recording of that, no? No, yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! So great to see Gumshoe so gung-ho about doing some investigating. Hell yeah, brother.
He's gone.
Yeah.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have no excuse. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been captured and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can he really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. Huh? I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Karita? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. It all begins and ends with the truth, right?
Juan Karita's real killer, Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is the acquittal for Mr. On Guard. And this card, Shelley the killer.
Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do now is find the truth. Oh, to be continued. So does that mean we're going straight into court then? Does that mean we found all the clues? Are we not looking for any more clues then? What? Usually the to be continued is between investigations and court stuff. Okay. Now let's see what happens. And then it's starting right back here at the hotel. Okay. That's interesting. Interesting place to have put that. All right, March 22nd, 9:14 p.m., Gatewater Hotel, Karita's hotel room.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not.
The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her. Don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
So the real person who killed Mr. Karita was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who is the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Matt on guard himself?
I mean, honestly, from our perspective, you know, it really is looking like Matt as well. I think they're really wanting us as the audience to think that's a possibility, right? Probably just so they can switch it around on us, don't get me wrong, but... Because we saw the killer guy with the whole stitch across his face in Matt's house as his butler, but I'm still confused as to why would Matt send us to his house if his butler was like his hitman, and also like why would he send us to the house if he knew the guy was there? That's why it's like he might not actually know the guy's there. The guy might just be occupying his house because he knows that Matt's in jail. You know, he might not actually have been the butler. So I think that's supposed to be a kind of a confusing thing, right? It's supposed to kind of trick you a little bit. Was it Matt? Was it though?
If Mr. On Guard really did hire the assassin,
Then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
but it can't be Mr. On Guard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Karita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Karita, okay?
I didn't see any psych walks at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. The thing is, like, maybe he's not lying, but I guess that's the thing, is it's not that they're lying, but that they're not telling the whole truth. That's when the psych locks are supposed to come up, right? I don't know, is that like our lie detector type of deal? Because it's like, is he like using a bit of a loophole there where he's like, I didn't kill Juan. You know what I mean? Because he didn't actually do the strangling or whatever, right? But, and that's what's keeping the psych locks not from coming up. I think the way the game wants you to interpret that, though, is that if he was lying about something or not being completely truthful, even if he wasn't lying, the psych locks would come up, right? Because he still knows about it? I don't know. Either way, something interesting.
So what was this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Yeah, because Mia was in her body. Juan had bet everything on the Gem and Ninja this year. And if he had lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going to go down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. On Guard's secret?
They're making it out to be Matt, but that would be too obvious, although it could just be the obvious answer, right? Yeah, what if they're like trying to double reverse psychology us or whatever, right? You know what I mean? But I think you're right, though, that would be too obvious. Like, they wouldn't have shown us that. I think, like, I don't know. I feel like they showed us that so that they could have a twist, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think the reason why they wanted us to believe that Matt could be, they wanted us to cast doubt on Matt by having that guy there. But I think there's a clear piece of evidence there, if you're always paying attention, the fact that Matt sent us there because nobody was there to feed his cat. But, of course, the butler was there to feed his cat, if we're supposed to believe that guy's the butler. You know what I mean? So I think that maybe... I think it's supposed to be sort of like an audience thing, too, where we know that Phoenix doesn't know that that's the killer guy, but we know it's the killer guy, so there's like dramatic irony, I think is what they call that kind of deal. I don't know, it's complicated, but it's fun. It's fun storytelling, I think.
What was his secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Miss Karita was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. On Guard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Karita silenced.
Which means we have to meet with Mr. On Guard. There's no way around it now.
But wouldn't we have to do that like in the morning? 'Cause I thought the meeting times were over at the prison, or visitor hours, or whatever the fuck they call it. Let's go try to talk to him, I guess. Who do we got here? March 22nd, Gateway Hotel hallway.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
There's still the matter of this secret Miss Karita held about Mr. On Guard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
Exactly what I thought. I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. I mean, he's got that wrist phone, which I'm surprised they didn't take away from him, right? Because he's in jail or whatever. But he was still able to call people from his wrist, so I assume that's how we'll contact him, perhaps? I guess. That's just a guess. Alright, let's move. Another thing out here. March 22nd, Gateway Hotel, Viola Hall. Nope, old bag. Hey, wait!
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it?
The one Gumshoe made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Yeah, gee. Thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are.
This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the prisons.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews?
But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Karita.
I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts, Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That's the list girl.
She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Karita?
Ah, really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the...
So wait, Celeste was gonna get married to Juan and she killed herself? What?
Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
Is that true? The plot thickens. Yes, it does. Quite thick, this plot be.
It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see.
That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Okay, get a little bit more. Now we know maybe a little bit of what was on that suicide note, I guess. Something that maybe was mentioned. Anything to present this windy old bag? Nah. Talking to somebody in every single room. On that sorry, on that night there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like here in the lobby they have finally calmed down. Wait, it looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. I don't know, I'm skipping words today. Should we examine some stuff? It's the stage they were going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but
the press conference...
It was really the victim, Juan Karita, trying to disclose something about Mr. On Guard.
But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic?
They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. Should we keep examining here, you think? These cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at an empty stage. We're ready to go ahead and get out of here then. Is there? You think there's anything to do with the living room? Oh, we got something. An interaction or something. It looks like no one is around.
What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face?
No, she must mean that butler with the stitches on his face.
Shoo!
Yay, kitty!
Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo?
Meow meow.
Come on, let's play.
I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not.
Oh, did he not hear you come in?
There's a small door on the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo?
The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it.
That's what you said last time. How about back here? Can we go back there? There's another door over there.
You should go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls.
Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around.
So nothing to do here, is that what we're saying? I don't see anything different. It's weird that I have to get there from the hotel. You said it was down the street from the hotel, but it's also down the street from my or not my apartment, but where we work, right? Alright, let's see. Criminal affairs? Anything here? March 22nd, police station.
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. Wonder if something happened.
You're Mr. Onguard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we're finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the On-Guard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth.
What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is the witness?
Now, I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Was it Lotta or something? Lotta didn't witness it, though.
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content.
Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag.
March 22nd, detention center, visitor's room.
I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. On-Guard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear?
Matt's, I guess, because that's what he talked about earlier. Is that we really got to ask Matt? I assume it's not going to make me choose and not give me the chance, but just in case. That would be very unlike the game. Dude, it's Mr. Wright! I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too.
Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Karita was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt on guard.
What's wrong? Mr. On Guard, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. Save early, save often. Save. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely no. Faux show. Might as well, man. Doesn't hurt anything. Huh. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands in a secret. It looked like somehow Juan had it in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. That was more of on Karma voice, but it's okay. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is? Please? Now the locks come up. Oh my goodness. 5?
I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops.
You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? No, that's why I'm asking you. Freaking asshole. Juan and Adrian. Did you know about Mr. Karita and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Miss Karita. Her mentor was Mr. Karita's manager. And Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick? What's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea? Like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of that topic and talk about something else, okay? You gonna have a walk about this one too or something?
Mr. On Guard. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way?
Maybe, dude. Alright, now we should save again so we can try the Cyclock, huh? You can't hide anything from me, Matt. On guard. This is very important matter. Please, you must tell me. What is this secret? Sometimes they give you a hint when you talk to me again about it. I've been cleaning. I hear now. Sounds good, man. Yeah, with that save emote, hell yeah, dude. Well. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult my lawyer, okay? I am your lawyer. It's a Steel Samurai music. Hello? This is Phoenix Wright. Oh, hey, Mr. Lawyer, dude. Sorry, but you know, dude, I really just don't have any idea, okay? I really didn't care at all about what Juan was up to, okay? So he calls me to tell me. So, it's like that.
Looks like I have no choice but to remove those Cyclocks.
Okay, here we go. We gotta present the Magatama. This guy gives me a migraine. I could just like, dude, okay, dude, whatever, man. Gotta call my lawyer, bruh. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Karita had been successful in his plan? What would have been disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Karita, especially on that night. Because of the... Do I know that? I don't think I have this piece of information. Profile wouldn't do it either, I can't imagine. The butler of On Guard Mansion, but for some reason I get the feeling we've met before, because we have, dude. You can't remember him? Okay, there's something else we have to find out. There's something that would tell us... I know you paid close attention to Mr. Karita, especially on that night. So there's something we have to figure about that night. Okay, so maybe we have to talk to Adrian or something.
Good evening, comrades.
Good evening. What's up, Sel? How's it going? How are you? How are you feeling today? How was your day in general? What are you up to? And all that good stuff. Hello, Domm and friends. Hello, Stella. Would you like a recap? And how much of a recap would you like? You let me know. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Yeah, let's do that. to move necessarily. I want to talk to Adrian. So do I have to just move and come back, I guess? No, now we gotta talk to Gumshoe.
It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
I guess not. I guess he's not here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronics stores.
Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
I don't think he's gonna want that.
It looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Somebody has to.
Mr. Nick,
Yes?
where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. And she's like so concerned. She's like, what? You never bought lettuce before? I feel good but weird. I just caught up with an old coworker for the past 3 hours. Oh, that sounds fun. She wouldn't let me pay and gave me a very generous gift. I cried. Aww. Well, that's so nice. How sweet. That sounds like a great time. That's awesome. Not just an old coworker, but it sounds like an old friend. Huh? That's sweet. Yeah. That's so nice. Well, I hope you had a good time. And thanks for coming to hang out with us.
Aw, guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem.
Can you recap from today's stream? I can. So we started where we went back to investigating because we didn't get our not guilty verdict from Maya in one day, so that was a problem. But we got to talk to the murderer again, and the murderer decided, since he really does need the acquittal, that he's just gonna let us have more time, I guess, you know? Have a hard time accepting that level of nice. Oh yeah, I know what you mean still, yeah. It's hard to accept gifts sometimes, you know? It's gonna be hard just to accept a compliment sometimes, right? I totally know what you mean. So yeah, the murderer gave us an extension, you could say. So we needed to find more clues, so we went back to the crime scene, and when we were talking to the killer at one point, we were trying to talk to Maya, and then we couldn't talk through our radio anymore because it was just turning into static, and it had just turned 8 o'clock. So we were talking to Gumshoe, and Gumshoe's like, oh, that could be because of electrostatic interference or electromagnetic interference. And so Gumshoe went home and grabbed this little device he had made when he was a kid, I guess. That's an electromagnetic wave detector. And so we went around Juan Karita's room and scanned everything and found that the big stuffed bear that was in the corner had a wireless camera in its eye. And so someone was recording that room every night starting at 8 p.m. for 1 hour. So we're trying to figure out who bought the bear or who bought the camera. Like Gumshoe right now is out trying to figure out who bought the camera, but Edgeworth thought it would be better to figure out who bought the bear, because that kind of bear, because it was like basically a life-size taxidermied bear is what it looked like. And he says those are really rare, and so that would be the easier trail. But Edgeworth's following that, we're not us. So we found the camera, and oh yeah, we went to Matt on Guard's house because he's like, hey dude, my cat doesn't have any food to eat, so could you go feed him for me, dude? And so we agreed to go to his house to feed his cat for him. So we went into his house, and then lo and behold, who do we see in his house but the murderer himself? And he's acting as if he is Matt on Guard's butler. And so he calls himself John Doe. I think we ended up seeing the door where Maya is held, but obviously Phoenix doesn't know that, and so we couldn't go into the door because it was locked or whatever. So we went there, met the butler. Butler just kind of made up a bunch of shit about how he's the butler and stuff, which is weird because I've been pointing out it's weird that Matt would send us to his house if he had a butler there. So I don't think Matt knows the murderer is there. I think the murderer's just acting like his butler, and Phoenix accepted that as a possibility because Matt on Guard is rich because he's a celebrity or whatever. So that was interesting. We got to be Maya again at one point, and Maya got out of the room and got to look around the room that was next to her, and there was like a TV, and what else was in there? There's like a giant TV that she thought was really cool. What else was in there? a computer, a bunch of VHS tapes, and I don't know that there was really anything significant. Not that I can remember. But she was basically like in complete darkness. But then either way, she's snooping around or whatever, and then the murderer guy, the kidnapper, comes in and he sees her, and then he like, I guess, ties her up again or whatever, captures her again. So that's the last time we saw Maya. So then back to where we are. Besides the camera bit, we were told by Edgeworth too. Sorry, I'm kind of getting all over the place. Oh yeah, I missed the whole thing earlier. I'm sorry. So when we first started doing the investigations, we were worried about Von Karma. If you remember last time, Stella, Von Karma was shot in the shoulder before the trial. So we went to go visit her. We brought her some flowers and stuff, trying to be nice. And then of course she makes fun of us for bringing her flowers. But she didn't even want to like go to the hospital. We found out Edgeworth forced her to go to the hospital. So we got to talk to that same guy from that same hospital, from Hadi Hospital, the guy that acts like he's the director, but he's not. He's just one of the patients. We talked to him a little bit. But yeah, I think I want to say it was Von Karma that said it, but it may have been Edgeworth. But either way, one of them told us that the person who, oh no, it was Edgeworth. Okay, so sorry. The person who hired the person to kill Juan was hired by our client, is what Edgeworth said. And so I don't remember if this was covered last week still, so I'm just going to cover this again. So if you remember that card with the shell on it, Edgeworth ends up explaining that that card is a very specific card, and what it means is that there's a very specific assassin committed this murder, and that's his calling card, like literally calling card. And it has a shell because his name is Shelly the Killer. So basically, if Shiloh was right in her guess that it was the guy that was on the phone, whoever that is or whatever, I think is her description of him, and he apparently did commit the murder. So, but the question is sort of like who hired him. So since we saw him at Matt's house as his butler, that could be evidence that could be considered to say that Matt did hire him. But I think because Matt sent us to his house in the first place because his cat needed to be fed, that Matt didn't hire him because he doesn't know that he's at his house. And maybe that the murderer's just using Matt's house because he knows that Matt's in jail. But I don't know, because he wants to get Matt acquitted. That also feels like, well, maybe that means that Matt did hire him. You know what I mean? Because that's why he needs the person who hired him to not go to jail. You know, so that's kind of where we're at with everything. We're trying to get some psych locks because we talked to Matt on guard again, and he has 5 psych locks we got to break. But the thing with Matt is that we got to figure out a reason why he was interested in Juan's life, because he keeps saying like, I didn't care about what Juan did, dude. I never paid attention to him, bro, so I don't fucking know, man. And so we need a piece of evidence that says we know that you were interested in Juan's life, and here's why. So that's what we're looking for right now. And that is that. So moving back to the detention center so I can hopefully talk to Adrian, yeah. Because I need something. You gotta give me something, girl.
Oh, it's you.
I'm sorry to be visiting you at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Oh yeah, and so it's 9 o'clock p.m. the day of the trial. And I know that it shows that it's daylight outside on the top left, right behind Adrian, like, but I think it should be nighttime out there. Thorough recap, thank you, you're very welcome. But there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight.
Me?
I thought your client was Matt.
I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Karita had on Mr. On Guard.
I'd like to ask you about Matt on Guard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid.
The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said.
Why did you try to frame Mr. On Guard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes. They're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
Nope. She's got some locks now. One lock. Okay. I might be able to handle this, I hope.
A psych lock, huh?
Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge.
Why did you frame Mr. On Guard? Just want to see if she says something different. I wonder why. I don't really know myself. When I realized what I was doing, I had already stabbed the knife into Juan's body.
I'm almost sure that just now, Miss Andrews muttered revenge to herself.
Okay, so let's save. And then we will present the Magatama. Nope, wrong button. Take that! Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder? I have already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it! I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard.
Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Someone in her past that would make her take revenge. The only thing I can think of is Celeste. Oh, yeah. That's one other thing that was important. Okay, there was something that Maya found earlier that was important and that we should consider, going forward. And is that she found a picture of Celeste on the paper, and it said something about my darling or something. I don't know, some love message on it. So there's that. And if she is indeed in Matt On Guard's house, then that means Celeste and Matt On Guard apparently maybe had some connection. I'm not sure. I don't know. But that seems to be a possible connection. But I really need to go to the restroom real quick, guys, so I will be right back. A little impromptu break here, but I really need to use the restroom. It's creeping up on me. Nature is a-calling, and she's calling loud. I'll be right back.
Monday, Grand Theft Auto.
What the fuck was that, dude? Are you kidding me? I just stole this car. Oh, and then he's gonna pull me out of my car, dude. You have the audacity.
Tuesday, Lamplight City.
Boom. Oh, look at that. Oh, what the fuck, dude?
Dear God.
What the fuck, dude? Wow, indeed, Neptune.
Wednesday, Deathloop.
Well, if that wasn't a laser grid, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no, they're mine, so we're good. Good thing I did that. I was like, oh no.
Thursday, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Okay. There's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there! Some juicy burgers. Let's eat instead.
Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself.
Friday, Cyberpunk 2077. Monday, Grand Theft Auto.
What the fuck was that, dude? Are you kidding me? I just stole this car. Oh, and then he's gonna pull me out of my car, dude. You have the audacity. All right,
Tuesday,
here we go. I'm
Lamplight
back.
City.
Body break party!
Oh,
yeah, no.
oh, what the fuck, dude?
And I'm back. Oh yeah, you know why I got so many guys here? And while we're at a little bit of a break here real quick, there was something I wanted to ask you guys, I guess you might say. And I want to talk about with you guys really quick. Was I've had some ideas that I kind of wanted a little bit of input if you guys are willing to. And you know, if you guys want to think about it and get back to me later, that's fine. But so recently, since we ended The Witcher, I had the idea to get all of The Witcher clips together, and I made a clip video on YouTube. And I think it's really fun because I liked watching back, and because The Witcher took so long, you know what I mean? So that was cool. But then I also, I'm working on, and I haven't quite finished it yet, but I should hopefully finish it tonight after the stream. I grabbed all of the clips from December and then put those all into a clip show, you know, with like titles on who clipped it and what the clip's title was and stuff like that, what the game is. And it turned out pretty good too. But I'm just wondering if you guys, if you like, what your input is on which format is better. Is it better to do it by game? Because I can see a lot of benefits there because every clip kind of like comes in a timeline and stuff, perhaps. Or is it better, do you think, to do it by month? And so every month I could do like a clip YouTube video where I just put all the clips that everybody's taken last month and put it together. You know, or I could wait till the end of the game, so like Lamplight City. But the thing is, like, Lamplight City might only have like 3 or 4 clips. You know what I mean? So it's nice to get those 3 or 4 clips in the monthly one. And so that's like sort of an advantage of doing it monthly. So those small games or like itch.io games and stuff that don't necessarily have like a category to be in their own clip show would be in, you know? So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Just kind of throw that information out there. Just kind of curious what you guys think. But feel free to wait until my monthly clip video comes out. Take a look at it, you know, if you want, and come back to me if you like. I would just love to hear some feedback. Anyway, Celeste is the only person I could think. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge, and I mean, it has to be Celeste. Celeste. There is only one catalyst that would cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. And they were gonna get married, right? On top of that, the one who was, hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact's and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Oh, can I? Relation between Celeste and Matt. I don't think I have anything for that right now. I feel like I'd have to find that at Matt's house. I feel like I need to talk to Maya again through Mia, because I think what Maya's been doing is she communes with Mia, her spirit, and then Mia learns stuff from Maya, and then goes and you know, communes or whatever with Pearly, and then she knows what Maya told her. You know, it's like her way of getting to me is through the spirit realm using Mia, her sister. I don't have it. I don't think I have it. Profiles. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? And I'm supposed to have a piece of evidence that can do that, because I don't think a profile is going to do that. Killed herself 2 years ago, was Karita's manager and fiance and Andrew's mentor. Because that's something new that we learned too. I guess Stella, I might not have mentioned that earlier for you, Stella, but we found out that Celeste was like engaged to marry the victim like 3 days before she killed herself or something like that. Like very shortly before they had done like a big announcement about it. So that's weird. I don't think I have it though.
I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again.
So I bet whatever she gives me lets me start on Matt's stuff, and whatever I don't know where to get what I need here, but except for maybe at Matt's house. That's the only thing I could think. Alright, so he still says, I think I would want to see the clip voltage. I think collage is maybe the word you were going for there. But either way, I know you're talking clip show before making a final opinion, but I personally like the idea of game specific at this point. Yeah, I feel like I like game specific too. I think the only thing that keeps me thinking like maybe even I could just do both. You know, maybe we don't have to decide. You know what I mean? Because it's not like it'd be that hard. Just maybe specific games even. Maybe we can just get the best of both worlds, where it's like something like The Witcher that takes a really long time and has a lot of clips. Sure. But then maybe I can still do the monthly ones too, and then the monthly ones can capture things like itch.io stuff and short games like Lamplight City that wouldn't make a long enough YouTube video, I think, to merit a clip show. You know what I mean? Because I honestly think like Lamplight City, we had 2, I think, clips overall. You know, so maybe I should just do both. What do you think about that? I know you said you wanted to see the video, and hopefully that'll be up by tomorrow. I'll try to ping you guys or whatever. But yeah, maybe I can just do both, because it's not really that big of a deal, because they're pretty easy to put together. Especially since I've also put a few things into a place where it should make it easier for me if I continue with my format. So, yeah, maybe I can just do it that way. I like that idea, but whatever is easier for you and what makes you happy, right? I don't know. Long series compilations make sense, and the monthly ones are a nice collage looking back on funny moments. Right, yeah, exactly. Like, you're nailing it right there. Like, both of them have their merits and stuff, and maybe I should just do both, because, like, I really liked the Witcher one. You know, I think that one made complete sense. That's why I had the idea, and then it was so much fun to watch back all those clips that you guys took, and have them all, like, connect. You know, you could see where I was in the story and stuff. It was cool. You could even tell, like, that there weren't very many clips at the beginning of the game, but at the end of the game, how like the channel grew, and you can just see that through like the Witcher clips and stuff like that. I feel like it was just pretty cool. But yeah, maybe I'll just do both. You know, just do the game one when it makes sense, and then we can do the monthly one. Like, you know what I'm saying? But the monthly one will come out tomorrow, hopefully, because I shouldn't have too much more to do tonight. So yeah, I'll ping you guys in the Discord hopefully in the morning, and you guys can give it a watch and let me know what you think. But yeah, the clip show that I did was for December. I mean, because January is not quite done yet, so we still have, a chance to make a few more clips. But I made the one for December, and then hopefully I'll make one for January as well, because we're coming up on the end of that, so. Yeah. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. I think it turned out pretty good. I tried to go for a little bit of like a, music videos and stuff. I don't know if they do it anymore with music videos because of like the way video on demand stuff works anymore, but like on MTV, how it would have that little block of text in the corner that would be like, this is the artist, this is the album, this is the, publisher, all that, you know what I mean? I tried to do something like that a little bit for each of the clips where it like pops up and then goes away, where it shows like who took it, either like the title of the clip if it had it, or it's like what the title of the stream was that it came from, and then the name of the game is what I have up there. I mean, but if it was itch.io, I'd just put itch.io. Let's see, because I can't remember the name of all those crazy games. So I think we need to go to Matt's house, so let's do that. There's got to be something here, so. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? Huh? I really want to get in that freaking door. That's where I think Maya is. I think it's gonna say the same thing. Oh, there are masks here. The Steel Samurai, the Pink Princess, Evil Magistrate, yada yada. Giant bicycle flying in the air. We tell her what a motorcycle is a little bit. Pearly's precious. You know the whole thing. I don't think we looked at this last time. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. Oh no, okay, it was the fireplace, not the picture. I thought I was clicking on the picture. Oh, you know what? This kind of reminds me. In the Lamplight City, you know how for the guys that were here, I remember there was like a place, a location it kept wanting me to go to, saying there was something to investigate there. I finally looked it up because looks like my curiosity was burning. It's like, what could I have found at that guy's office? And it turns out that there's two bookshelves that are right next to each other, and I just kept clicking on the same one. But if I would have clicked on the left one, I would have gotten something. It wouldn't have led to anything, you know. It was like the false red herring that I totally missed out on. It was just funny how it's just like I kept clicking on the right bookshelf but not the left one, and it's just like, oh, come on, what the hell, dude? I thought both bookshelves were like the same thing. I didn't know that they were separated. I thought that was funny. It's like, man, that shows you I'm bad at point and clicks because I'm not used to that level of detail or something. I'm not seeing anything else to look at, man. I just felt like if I was gonna find something, it would be here because I don't feel like we've gotten a whole lot from here yet. But perhaps not. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to hit B, not A. All right, hotel it is. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. There we go. Nothing to present a old windy old bag. No. Shouldn't be anything out here of interest, right? We can look at all this stuff again and read about it again. Compared to the flowers on the other side, much more gorgeous. Company works flowers. He says the same thing. I wish if it was gonna be the same thing, just put the check mark there. Come on. You know.
Oh, how lovely. The teddy bear looks happy to be surrounded by so many beautiful flowers.
Rose really seems to like teddy bears a lot.
Pearls is just the most precious thing in the world. We all know that. Mr. On Guard from Global Studios. Still can't go in there. Okay, I think we pretty much did everything. Haven't looked on here yet. Toilets in each room in this hotel, but since there are all sorts of events held here. He just says the same thing with all this stuff. I wish it wouldn't act like I hadn't read it before. Okay, nothing here. Keep moving. Now we're gonna go into Karita's room. All we have is Pearly to talk to. We've already talked to her. Examine.
Wow, there are a lot of bears.
Alarm clock ones, collector's
editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies.
It's hard to bear with all these problems.
I don't think I want to bear with the trauma that last case caused me.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
I remember him saying that before, but it was fun. I had to reload the stream. Hopefully it's no longer a 1 minute and 30-second delay for me. Oh gosh, that explains why. Yeah, I think maybe Noah had a killer delay as well, because it took you guys a while to come back with those responses from what I was asking you guys. That makes more sense now, I think. Yeah, I think partially it's on my end, because I think I've been having... Oh, no, my network's pretty fine. I got 0.6% drop frame, so never mind. This must just be Twitch. No, I was cooking. Oh, you're cooking, my bad. Nothing wrong with it being, you know, delayed on your messages either. Don't let me make you think that's what I'm saying.
It's so messy here.
Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch you wear on your wrist.
I know what a watch is.
Oops, for a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya.
I knew you already read that one before, but it was a funny one. Like, I know what a fucking watch is. Fucking Phoenix, damn, dude. I have the I'm Stella excuse, mostly only on mobile, right? Yeah, that mobile, and it's a hardcore delay. I know I've noticed it quite a few times where if I'll like start by watching like Aaron in my bed because he starts so early, and then like on my phone, and then I'll end up moving my computer, and then I have both of them on at the same time, and you can just tell there's like a clear delay already. It's just like, what? Why the delay? I got tomato juice, yada yada. Saying the same thing. The wet. Oh yeah, no, this is a different.
So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here.
Yeah.
I can't believe Mr. Karita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. On Guard.
Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume.
But weren't Mr. On Guard and Mr. Karita friends?
They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals.
So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy?
Pearls is really fired up over this. I don't have an answer for her.
With what you were saying about the clips either, I'm not sure what the best way to format them is, so I didn't say anything. Oh, that's okay, Crispy. Earlier, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you don't have any input, that's fine. I just want to see if anybody had, you know, any thoughts about the matter or whatever, you know. Just like to have an open discussion about that kind of thing. You never know what small little piece of input could really inspire me, you know. So, just throwing it out there. But yeah, if you want, Crispy, check them out. Maybe then you'll have more input after you get to watch it. So yeah. Hopefully I'll post, like I said earlier, hopefully I'll post the December clip show tonight, and then tomorrow you guys will be able to check it out. So if you aren't subscribed to the YouTube channel, you know what to do. Looks like Mr. Karita had dinner that night. The bottle, yeah, I think I already read that one. Yep. There's that bear over there ready to get it on the bed. So that's a bed. Yeah, she's never seen a big bed that big. That's right. Okay, nothing new here. Blah. Where do I need to go? I might have to look it up. Let's go ahead and move everywhere. There we go. There's something. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's Mr. Powers. Mr. Powers!
What happened? Why are you here?
Hi, you see, I got roped into this somehow.
Was he like the witness thing they were talking about earlier?
What?
Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
How would it be Mr. Powers? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know how it would be him. He was with us the whole time, and we didn't see the murder. What? How is he decisive witness? Have you been lying to people, Will? Come on, my man. Getting yourself into trouble? So said, Crispy number one. Hi, friend. Not having an opinion is totally fine. I think Domm likes to include us as much as possible because he values our perspective, other perspectives. I do. So you can never be wrong. I jokingly say either often because I don't like to choose. Right? Yeah. And which is perfectly fine. I don't want to put the burden of choice on you guys. I just like that little input. Even if it's not like you say, like, this one's better or that one's better, but maybe you just can understand some of the merits of either one, you know? Kind of like what Noah was getting on. I think he kind of, like, saw, the, you know, the good in both of them.
I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you were under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looks suspicious or something.
Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
One of them's a little girl, but she's adorable! Oh, nice. Crispy prepares to thumb wrestle Stella and ends in a Hey Arnold style wiggle handshake. And then Stella wraps their arms around Crispy. Aww, that's adorable.
This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable!
Yeah, sorry. Didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him?
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic?
So I really feel like this whole player mentality is part of it. So, but then, okay, I'm trying to put some things together in my mind. For some reason, it's just starting to spark in here. So, Adrian wanted to burn the suicide note, so that makes me think that there's something on the suicide note that she didn't, like, she is also a part of it. Like, maybe her and Juan were getting it on between when Juan announced the marriage between him and Celeste or something. And so in the suicide note, it would have said something bad about both Juan and her. But that doesn't explain why they'd be mad at Matt. So is Matt involved somehow? And that photo at Matt's house, if that is indeed Matt's house, have Celeste. Because I feel like it could be that Matt was like a player with Celeste and he like maybe wound her up and then let her go. But what about the marriage between her and Juan then? You know what I mean? Like, it's something with all that mess, right? Well, Mobile 2, so it is only a video delayed and not actually the chat, apart from the chat box on the video. But yeah, the chat shouldn't be delayed. You should be getting the chat as soon as the chat comes in. It shouldn't be synced to the video or anything. If I have another idea to add to the hug command, should I message you, Sir Domm? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that goes for anybody. If you guys ever have a message for the hug command that you think would be fun, the only requirements are really that like you have both the names in the message somehow. You know, you can format the sentence sort of like how it was like Stella wraps her arms around Crispy, so it's like, you know, subject object or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, if you guys ever have any suggestions, yeah, just send them on over to me. Putting them in the chat is not gonna help me remember, but if you maybe DM me on Discord or put it in stream ideas, that's probably the best place in Discord for it, is under the Your Voice category, the stream ideas. You can add that kind of stuff there, or you can DM me. You know, my DMs are open, so that's totally fine with me. Matt and Juan getting it on. Oh yeah, you think so? Wouldn't that be crazy? It was between Matt and Juan. There's something with like a love triangle situation or something, dude. I'm really kind of confused about that. Could it be that somehow Maya's actually at Juan's house? I don't know. That door with the cat door at the bottom of it that we've seen both from Maya's perspective on one side of the door and Phoenix's perspective from Matt's house on the other side of the door, it just really feels like that's got to be where Maya's being held. So that picture of Celeste would have to be at Matt's house then, right? Which just complicates things. But it's got to be a clue. Let me get some water real quick. Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have these dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey! Did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? Yeah, we've heard about that, dude. That's kind of like old news, right? You mean Miss Impacts?
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today.
Or no, we heard about that in court today.
But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Dom, so I watched an older YouTube video, and hearing you now, I hear how the pop filter is helping. Oh, yeah, you hear the pops aren't happening? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, getting that thicker foam on the mic really did help, doesn't it? Hey, Ka! I've been lurking since the Jelly Raid, but I need to bed because student teaching. Love you, Dommy. Sounds good, Ka. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Appreciate your lurking. Have fun doing your student teaching. Yeah, have a good night, Ka. It was good to hear from you. Love ya.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Oh, I agree, Powers. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Karita?
Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said it looks like I caught up with a truly insidious man.
But is the insidious man Karita or is it Matt? Good night, dog. Good night, Kyle. A truly insidious man. Does she mean Mr. Karita by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. On Guard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything.
Posture check himself. All right, do a little stretch. Got it. Oh, we got that Steel Samurai music. How you like that, Mr. Powers? It's your song, buddy.
Mr. Nick, your phone.
Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Alright, we'll go ahead and do our stretch right here. At a little bit of a cliffhanger, huh? Stretch time! Oh, and we're gonna be entering the dungeon. Alright, well, while I stretch, you guys can enter the dungeon. Gotta say hi to Dolus. Aw, sad Domm. Yeah, that's Dolus because you guys haven't said hi to him yet. Alright, yeah, 2 minutes, guys. You guys want to enter the dungeon? I'm gonna do a little stretching for that posture check that's still redeemed. So, I'm gonna touch my toes now for a second. Pull the old legs up. Looks like we got, of course, Crispy's in there. Got Noah in there. Stella's in there. Nice. Thanks for playing, guys. Ooh. Always feels good to pull the foot back, you know? You can see the hole in my sock. Don't look at that. So what if I got holy socks? Oh, that feels good. That one needed a stretch right there. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whew. Thank you for that. I think I needed that. All right, we'll go ahead and continue with this. It should be just a seconds until we go into the dungeon, though. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. Oh, wait, I gotta do the voice.
We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon.
What's wrong?
Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth,
Edgeworth?
Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end,
Hello? He got cut off.
Well, what's going on, Mr. Nick?
Gumshoe said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
And I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news.
Somehow I doubt that.
Ooh, something exciting. Holy socks. Time for moisture wicking liner socks. Yeah, that's what I should be getting for sure. Have we been in dungeon today? Did I miss it? No, we haven't been in the dungeon yet. No, this is the... So before we go talk to Gumshoe, let's do it. Okay, hit the button. Nope, gotta press it with more gusto. There we go. See you guys when you get back.
Welcome into the dungeon, everyone. We have 3 of my favorite people in here. Alright, let's see if I can get a clean sweep. I've been feeling pretty lucky lately. I haven't got any clean sweeps, but this could be my chance. Here we go. Ooh, 17, starting off strong, baby. Alright, Crispy, staying out here with me. Come on, let's make it a party, Noah. You want to stay down here as well. Stella's getting her free stream moods back. Looks good, looks good. Alright, Noah, come on, baby. Oh, another 17 for me. That loaded, that luck's really, yeah, it's really cashing in. Yep, that's what I meant to say. Yep, for sure. Alright, Stella, come on, the clean sweep. Come on, 17. Okay, well, 9 works, and that 1 definitely makes it work. Clean sweep for Dolus. Oh, this is rich. This is rich. I'm just gonna relish in this all day. You guys can go to yourselves. I'm just gonna go hang out and laugh to myself.
Welcome back, guys. And I guess congratulations to nobody. Dolus needs a cheer too when he goes when he does good. Yeah. You mean we need to get him the the cheers every time he wins or something like that, like the cheer with the little kids? Is that what you mean? All right, let's go talk to Gumshoe. Sorry you guys didn't win though. It looks like he's kicking your ass. Let's see. We need to go right and cool offices. That's where we're meeting, right? Back to the office. March 22nd, right and cool offices.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought the spy camera.
Huh? This quickly?
And this bear is what gave them away, pal.
The bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
Are you sure you figured that out? And it wasn't, thank you, Stella, for that? Hell yeah. You sure it wasn't Edgeworth that told you that? That's right. We can't be, mad Dolus won. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a happy occasion too, right? You know, you gotta figure out how to be happy for Dolus. That's how we're getting him to come around.
I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't Mr. Edgeworth that figured out? Shh, Pearls.
And? Go on.
There's only one person who bought one of these bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in the room?
Matt on guard.
Huh?
Matt on guard, your client. That's who, pal.
Alright, that's our evidence then that we needed, right?
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse.
Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear.
A receipt? That's all you have?
No, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. On Guard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. On Guard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. On Guard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be!
So what about this?
So what about the spy camera we found?
That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for the file away into evidence.
Spy camera is set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at time of murder.
I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan's Karita's room was Matt on Guard.
Why? Why would Mr. On Guard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Karita in one of their rendezvous.
I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see him? Mr. On Guard, I mean.
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I wonder too, Pearls.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt On Guard, what in the world have you done?
Alright, let's go talk to him. Now we know how to bust that first lock. Oh, look, it's automatically Matt as well.
You're working really late. You know it's already past 10 p.m., dude.
I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk.
Gotta save. Save early, save often. God, there's so many of them. But multiple might go down for one piece of evidence, so we've had that happen. I remember Wendy's, like, all of Wendy old bags came down with just one piece of evidence, I think. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Karita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I could keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
Don't lie to me.
Huh?
I know you paid close attention to Mr. Karita, especially on that night. A spy camera was set in the right eye, found in the victim's room. See, I don't know exactly what piece of evidence is going to do it, but I think it would be the bear itself, right? This bear was in Mr. Karita's room on the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kind of classy, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I hear it's quite expensive. Which is why it is very odd that this gadget was found inside this bear. This is a very small video camera. And it was hidden inside this bear's eye.
Maybe it's a really curious bear?
Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere using this transmitter. Which means someone on the right, or on the night of the murder, was secretly filming Mr. Karita's room.
Huh. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
You sure, dude? Who else could it be from?
The person who gave this bear to Mr. Karita was... you. Mr. On Guard, don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude.
Ah, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
What else did the bear tell you?
He says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. On Guard.
If I didn't know how to work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg.
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet.
Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first?
Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. It'd be the receipt, I guess. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. On Guard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear.
Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? This $3,800. This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time.
A $3,800 toothbrush?
It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles.
You? Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays?
Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not?
Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing?
Yes?
You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that?
Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you.
Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay?
No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential.
So, what are you going to do now?
I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Karita's room and filmed it in secret is... Oh man, this is where it's getting a little bit harder. Is it because of Celeste's death? No, it probably was this, right? Superstar in the ultra hot mega secret love scandal. Reliable sources say that Juan Karita has been getting in close with the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. I think this might be because it says Midnight Rendezvous. So maybe that was why? I think we're gonna try that.
Adrian Andrews?
There was a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Karita were having secret meetings. You, who is keeping tabs on Mr. Karita, you were going to reveal this fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right?
Dude, you can be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer Dude, that kind of scandal. That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy.
The good stuff? Juicy?
Look, we can get public publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude.
Too bad that wasn't your intention.
What are you talking about?
I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Karita because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I could think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Karita's room was... What was the reason? I don't know. He set it up in his room because of the press conference? No, because he claimed to not know about that. The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Karita's room was... Fuck, I don't know. What would I pull that from? The real reason you set up the camera in Mr. Karita's room was the real reason why he did it. I think that's what we're trying to figure out, right? So how would I know that? Real reason he was in there. No, I can't scum save here, unfortunately, but I did save before we started this whole thing. But during a Magnetama thing, I can't. But I did save before we started, so we're good. It's not that big of a deal. But I don't want to have to click through everything again to get here. So I'd rather only take maybe one chance and then look. If we have something that we feel like actually is a possibility. But I don't feel like I have the evidence for it. If I do, it might be something silly, you know? But why Celeste, you know? Like, how does that work? How are we going to use Celeste's profile to connect that? You know? Like, I get what you're saying, because that's why I'm looking at Celeste's suicide report. But I don't see why that's saying that the real reason you set up the camera, you know what I mean? It just doesn't feel strong enough. Yeah, I'm stumped too, stuff. I think I'm just gonna look up what we need to present here real quick. Maybe it is Celeste, because that's what I feel like it's got to be tied to that stuff, right? It's just like I feel like we don't have it all worked out yet. But we gotta have all the evidence at this point, right? Also, what's up, Vince? Nice, a good one.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a bitch! Thank you, Noah, for that random JoJo moment. I appreciate you, my dude. I think we're investigation at 3-2. Okay. Okay. I'm reading this right. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. It's funny that it's, by now it was obvious what he was really trying to record. Was it really that obvious? I guess it was just my denial that didn't want me to think that this was a or possibility, but I guess I'm not the only one, since nobody guessed it. But he was trying to record the killer, so I had to present the picture card to link it to the murderer, Shelly the killer. That's what we had to do. Having to oblige, JoJo works in all occasions, right? Yeah, I love that.
What is this card?
Maybe he doesn't know about this card.
Oh, this is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you?
Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him?
If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden?
This is it. I'm finally starting to get the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now.
Mr. Matt on guard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're a hero of justice. You're his client. You're a star. You're his client is what I want to say. I think that makes the most sense, right? I would never have connected that. Right, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I guess we're supposed to like assume that they were being honest and that he is the one that hired him, I guess, but I kept trying to think that was a red herring the whole time. That's I think why I was like insulating myself against thinking that, you know. But here we are. You're his client's got it on. Since you're the one who set up the camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Karita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt on guard.
And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Now I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway.
Mr. On Guard, you really did hire?
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay?
He's talking to himself through his sofa.
Consult myself?
Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway.
About time for what?
I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude.
And there it is, all the Cyclops. Oh, what the fuck?
How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt on guard.
What the fuck, dude? That took a huge turn. Yes, it's a good gasp moment, Crispy. What the fuck? Wow, now he looks like a real bad dude. He really changed altogether, huh? That's what kind of man he really is. This is what Adrian was trying to get at. Matt's secrets.
Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have.
You are Shelly the Killer's client.
You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
Like, what is that giant drink he has in his hand, too? It's like fucking huge. He had multiple personalities. I think he's maybe just putting on a front. Where did he pull that drink from? That's what I'm saying, Crispy. Yeah. You're in a freaking detention center, my man. Where'd you get that giant wine glass full of beer? Apple juice? I don't know.
But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's... You're lying! What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera in?
He's so menacing. A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
He knew about Miss Andrews' secret?
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Karita?
I think she's the one interrogating him.
Because he was about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Karita had been able to give it, then Mr. Engarde's secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really. But bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Karita ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. The assassin, too. Oh, and how could I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt on guard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could you have been, how could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Karita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that Dick Killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Karita!
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Aw, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Ah, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you'd absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya!
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, so I hear. Could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
He smuggled it. I think they call it cognac glass. I posted something in funny related to what's happening in the stream now. Oh, you want me to look at it right now? Is that what you're saying? Gonna interrupt this moment? Let's check it out. Anything funny? No, nice. That's the kind of glass he's got, huh? Yeah, I guess I couldn't see the bottom, so I didn't know if it had a long stem or a short stem. But yeah, that's probably what he's got for sure. He's got whatever. Is that cognac then? In there? Very nice. Thanks for sharing that. Is she gonna drink all that? Was that full? Or is that is full? So that you can swish it around or whatever? That seems like it'd be like heavy as shit, dude. Oh, that was a funny video. Anyways. Thank you for sharing, Crispy. I appreciate that. Add a little context to the situation.
You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I'll get you for this.
That's such a cliche phrase. Juan said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya.
School with cognac glass and that came up. That's funny. Thought it was funny because of the size of Matt's glass. Yeah, right? Yeah, and just the size of that glass alone is kind of funny in itself, right? Like, so, like, ridiculously large.
Maya, what am I supposed to do?
And now you finally found it. Yes, I knew it was Edgeworth. I totally guessed the starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Still need to talk to Adrian, though. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Well, right. What are you going to do? You plan on changing your strategy?
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in the court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn.
My turn?
What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Interesting. I feel like he's getting down to the point where it's the truth, right? Because we're now in a position where... Because, okay, so Edgeworth, in that last mission that we were against Edgeworth in, it was like... He ended up abandoning his guilty verdict to favor the truth. And I think that is what he's trying to get at or whatever, because now we're in a position where we kind of need to abandon our not guilty verdict for the truth, but the thing that's keeping us away from that is Maya, right? You know, because or else we'd probably just go ahead and tattle on this guy. So I think that's what Edgeworth's getting at. It's my guess. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Matt on guard. That man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of your judicial system? Or of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is this where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's... And no, I would say that's not true. It hasn't been through trickery, unless you call it bluffing trickery, but I feel like trickery is like using fake evidence, Mr. Edgeworth, who's done that before. Not that I don't think he knew, but still. You want to be pointing fingers, my friend. That's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone. That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are a defense attorney, and you can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Why fight? People like you and Francesca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you knew the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francesca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. Oh.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver!
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time.
Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. On Guard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right.
Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client.
Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much a killer himself.
I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am.
Yeah.
This is what I like to call my aftercare.
What the heck is aftercare?
My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty.
An assassin's duty?
We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney. And to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end.
What is your name?
I believe I told you once before, however.
You did, but...
My name is Dick Hiller. Shelley Dick Hiller.
You're Shelley the Killer?
Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain...
Maya!
It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice, long nap.
Ah, no!
Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Oh. It was Shoo. Shoo meowed.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Huh? Oh, that. Sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat. Can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for the On Guard mansion immediately. All right. You hurry over as well, then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're gonna go say, Maya, what's gonna happen, dude? This will really free us up in court tomorrow. Hey, look what's in front of the door. There's that teddy bear thing. The bears, man, the bear motif here. March 22nd, On Guard Mansion, living room.
Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya.
We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area.
And I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer.
He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. And there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Karita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? Yeah, that means Maya would be in there, right? Because she found that bear on the couch of the room that she found that she was in, I think. Took me a moment to realize how crazy this music is in the background, right? Yeah, the arpeggio runs our nuts. Yeah, the yeah, dude, isn't it great? Hell yeah, dude. Arpeggios are pretty sweet, aren't they? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Slam, slam. Hell yeah, bust that shit open. Yep, this is the room that Maya was in. Ah, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence.
If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it.
I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Damn it. Son of a bitch, the killer. I can't read all these labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like On Guard taped all of his own shows. Why don't you just get a tape of it, dude? Why would you have to tape it? What a suspicious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on there.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick.
It's a very small table. I bet he would barely squeeze 3 pearls on there.
But I wouldn't sit on a table to begin with, Mr. Nick.
Like also he's measuring everything and how many pearls could stand or sit on it. That's funny. It's On Guard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch.
Yeah, he's totally right. That is exactly what happened to her. It's a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape.
If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
The huge televisions and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say,
I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the Nickel Samurai on the TV like this.
That's exactly what she said. Yeah, that's what she'd say. Knack! Can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. This is exactly what she said when she talked about it, too. That's so funny. Oh, there's one more thing to...
There's a little door for a shoe on this big door.
I'm sure Maya used this door to shove this out there. I'm sure it was her.
Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure.
We can go to the wine cellar now. Oh, and there's the picture of Celeste that was on the table out there. I was just thinking about that. That was missing. I was going to say something. I forgot.
We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away.
I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. You'll leave the rest to us.
Maya.
This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts.
With love, Celeste.
Miss Impacts, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Karita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Engarde's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue.
That's one of the things that makes this so complicated.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
But please let me see that picture frame.
Oh, what's so special about the frame?
On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now. Nick, I guess I'll talk to you later. No! Mystic Maya!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Yeah, that lock for Adrian. We still gotta do that, right?
Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just found out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth.
I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Is Maya going to die? I hope not. I really hope not. I don't think so. Good God, Crispy says no. That's funny. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Oh, gotta save. Gotta scum save. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna get you, girl. Why frame him? Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder?
I've already told you countless times it's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it! I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard.
Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
That would be Celeste, right? If I was a man, I would break Andrews. I see what you're saying, Crispy. She's quite the pretty lady.
Celeste.
There is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that is Miss Impact's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt?
You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impact and her suicide.
Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt?
It would be the photo, I guess, right? This is a photo of Miss Impact's, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though.
What?
With love, Celeste. This is Impact's handwriting, isn't it?
Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. On Guard's mansion.
And after all this time, the last remaining secret has been revealed.
There we go, we got her! We broke her! Unlock successful. Why frame him?
Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan.
Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Karita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going.
Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at that time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why.
With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? Or
they were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that.
Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built upon or around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal will have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him. Even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match, and they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Karita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride.
Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Impax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds. And so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that a note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I couldn't find out about all this that I drew... Wait. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murder was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. I still don't know why she'd want to burn the suicide note. Am I missing something there? Because the suicide note had bad things about Matt in it. If she's mad at Matt, then why does she want to burn it? Because she doesn't want it to ever be revealed. I think it's because she doesn't want Celeste to be an item, like to be used. You know what I mean? Is that why she just wants to end the thing without them getting what they wanted? Because she doesn't like Juan or Matt? Is that kind of what you guys are feeling about this too? Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt.
Ah.
And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright? Even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. You see, what a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation, or with what I know now.
To be continued. There we go. That was just, the entire stream was just that one investigation period. Isn't that crazy? Okay, there we go. We saved. And that perfect timing, right at my what I try to hard out at 9:30. So that was perfect timing. All right, we're in the end game now. That's right, Noah. After next week's stream, we'll be done with Justice for All, which means we've done the first 2 games of the trilogy, and we'll be on to the 3rd and final game of this trilogy. It won't be the end of Phoenix Wright after that game, so don't worry about that. There's still plenty more games outside of the trilogy, but we will have completed the trilogy. So I'm pretty excited for that. All right, guys, let's pop on over to my ending screen here. Thank you to everybody for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. And, yeah, hope you guys had fun. I really appreciate you guys for hanging out. Let's see. Got anything I need to plug? They're going to bless us with an extra long stream today. Sorry, Crispy. It doesn't always work out that way. Plus, I need to be better about not doing the long streams all the time. Thank you for the amazing stream. You gotta know, absolutely, man. Yeah, this is what I try to make my heart out. This, at whatever time it is for you right now, that's what I try to make my heart out. If I can, because I need to go to sleep at a good time. And anytime I do end a stream, either between, it's 9 or 9:30 for me, I usually do a pretty good job getting to sleep, so. I'm sorry, I know you guys want to hang out more. I want to hang out more too, but I have a job that I have to wake up for in the morning. So I gotta get myself done. Let's see, what do we got? We got, we will have a doodle coming up soon. I think we're gonna talk this weekend a little bit more about what we want to do for community night coming up. And I know that Aaron and Dan will be coming up with a doodle link. I believe they're gonna make it, and then I'll be able to share that with you guys. Hopefully next Monday. So that's what we're shooting for. So, hope so. Still heartbroken, but I understand. Right on. Well, I appreciate that you're so attached to this stream, Crispy, and I'm sorry that you're heartbroken, but I'm glad that you understand. There's all the emotions that I'm going through there. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll get the doodle out to you guys next week. So we'll get community night started going. I wanted to mention that we have the poll in the Discord for what we should play for next Storytime Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. So far, what's winning is The Lake. Last time I looked, let me look again. Yeah, if you guys go into the Discord under the Your Voice area, there's a channel called The Polls. And yeah, it looks like The Lake has 6 votes. Emily Is Away has 4 votes. And What Remains of Edith Finch has 4 votes. So right now, The Lake is in the lead. So there you go. So if you guys want, I would really appreciate you guys going and voting on that. You get 2 votes if you want. You don't have to use both of them if you don't want to. But you do get 2 votes. So vote for your 2 favorites. And yeah, we'll see. See what happens. Thanks to everybody who's already voted. I really appreciate that. I love seeing those high vote counts. It's a lot of fun. Got my eyes on the clock from 9 a.m. Sounds good. So what time is it that I go live for you, Crispy? I'm still getting used to like how far away we are from each other. Like time-wise. Let's see. Anything else that I had? Yeah. Oh yeah. I just want to mention again too. I have that clip video, which that's exactly what I'm gonna do after the stream. Is I'm gonna make the finishing touches of that, get that uploaded. Hopefully it'll be uploaded by tonight. But I'll ping you guys in the Discord, look for that, and I'd love to hear some feedback. What you guys think of that video? Other than that, we have this coming Monday. I won't be streaming San Andreas. Instead, I will be over on Team Sanity's channel because they'll be doing like an interview of me. They call it a streamer showcase. And here is their link right there. If you guys want to go check out their channel, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, that's where I'll be streaming there on Monday night. I really need to figure out exactly what time that is going to be for me. I think I said I was going to do that, and I totally forgot to do that for you guys because I want to start advertising the time it's going to start because it's not going to be my normal time. But definitely, keep a lookout. It'd be great if you followed them because then you'll get the notification. Or if you just want to come check into my channel, and if you see that I'm hosting Team Sanity TTV, jump on in. Click through to their channel and chat with us. We really want you to be there. Yeah, those are the big things coming up. We got some, I'll just do a little teaser where we do have some content ideas that we're working on in the background. So, Strange Planet wise, with all of us boys. So, be looking forward to that. Might be doing less podcasts, more other stuff. So, I hope you guys enjoy the new ideas that we're going to start trying to lay down for you guys. Hopefully, it'll be more bite-sized and hopefully a lot more fun per minute, if you will. And I guess that's all I got. So let's try to raid somebody, huh? I think Papa's on tonight, right? It's like there's just a couple of us left. I really appreciate you last few people sticking around this long. You guys are the real MVP. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Real recognize real. Looks like we got, yep, there's Papa playing Sekiro. I knew it. I knew it. I knew Papa would be doing that. Here we go. Let me get the raid message out for you guys so you guys can spam that on Papa's channel. All right, starting that raid. Oh yeah, for the rest of the week schedule, we just really got Cyberpunk 2077 tomorrow. that'll be an extra long stream for Shoto. So if you guys like that, definitely come hang out for that. I'll be playing that probably till at least midnight my time, maybe 1 in the morning like last week. We'll see. See how much self-control I have. And then maybe Sunday we'll be playing some Satisfactory. We got some stuff going on in the background this Sunday, so we'll see if I'm feeling up for it, because we're trying to do some of that content creation I was talking about on Sunday. So Sundays are going to be a little bit more, like a little less often. I'm going to say that just because we're trying to make more content for YouTube. So I hope you guys enjoy that YouTube content, because that's what we'll be replacing it. But yeah, that's all I got. So we're going to head on over to Papa's channel. Thank you guys for joining that raid. I appreciate you all. But until I see you guys next, stay happy, stay healthy. I love you. And we'll see you tomorrow for some Cyberpunk. So have a good night. Say hi to Papa for me. Bye.